Testing? Testing? Okay, great. Mic works. Okay, so today is Saturday the 28th of December 2024. Time is 18:40. Okay, so spreadsheet. Okay, so last time I played, I completed the prologue. So next is the main part of the game. So the prologue is the virtuous mission. So now that that's done, so in the virtuous mission, it started off with Naked Snake. His name was Jack, but he was given the code name Naked Snake. And the game takes place in well, actually I think the prologue took place in 1963, and then this is a year later, 1964, of Operation Snake Eater. So during the prologue, in the virtuous mission, Snake was sent in to Soviet Russia to rescue a guy called Sokolov, and he was taking orders from a guy called Major Tom, aka Major Zero, and assisting him was a woman called Paramedic, and then his former superior called the Boss was also assisting them. So after Snake got to Sokolov and rescued him, he encountered Ocelot, Major Ocelot of the Cobra unit, and he knocked him out and then rescued Sokolov. But then once they got to the bridge, the Boss showed up, and apparently she betrayed Snake, and she revealed that she has defected, and she has joined some unknown group with led by Colonel Volgan. So they took Sokolov, and then Colonel Volgan wanted Snake to be killed, so the Boss broke his arm and then threw him off a bridge. But I think she kind of gave him this look as if, she let him live on purpose. So I think that there's more to it. So now a year's passed, and we've started Operation Snake Eater 1964. So Snake, he is Big Boss later on. So so the next few games that I'll be playing will be telling the story of how Snake here becomes Big Boss. So that'll be good. But really, I think they just kept doing like a George Lucas type thing, where they like pretty much made up the story as they went along. Because there's no way they would have said, "Hey, why don't we create a game where 20 or 30 years later we'll make a game that says there's two big bosses." No, I think they just changed the story as they went along. Okay, so all that. Look, oh wait. Should have just read this thing.
head of the CIA has finally given us the green light for the virtuous mission.
Virtual mission?
No, the virtuous mission. The future of our Fox unit depends on it. If it succeeds, we'll be officially organized into a unit.
Virtuous mission? Sounds like some kind of initiation ritual.
Don't get cocky. This isn't a training op.
Right. So what exactly is this wonderful mission?
Well, about 2 years ago, a certain Soviet scientist requested asylum in the West through one of our moles. His name is Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov. He's head of the OKB 754 Design Bureau, one of the Soviets' top-secret weapon research facilities, and the East's foremost expert on weapons development.
Sokolov? Isn't he that famous rocket scientist?
The very same. On April the 12th, 1961, the Soviets achieved the first manned spaceflight in history.
The Earth was blue, but there was no God.
Well spoken. The rocket that carried Yuri Gagarin to orbit was the A-1, known as the Vostok rocket. Sokolov is said to be the man most responsible for the multi-engine cluster used in that rocket. After Gagarin's flight, Sokolov left rocket development to become the head of the newly established Design Bureau.
From a lowly technician to head of a design bureau, that's quite a success story, so why do you want to defect?
It seems he'd become afraid of his own creations.
Afraid?
Call it a crisis of conscience.
And for that, he left his country and his family behind and went over the fence?
Not exactly. One of his conditions was that his family was also to be taken safely to the West. We used a mole to get the family out first and succeeded in sneaking Sokolov over the Berlin Wall shortly afterwards. I was the one who conducted the operation.
The security on the eastern side was still full of holes back then. Then what?
We got Sokolov over in one piece, but the whole ordeal had left him exhausted, and we checked him into a hospital in West Berlin. It took him 2 weeks and more than 600 miles to get from the research facility in the Soviet Union to Berlin. He was in no condition to say anything coherent. And it was only a week later that we had something much bigger on our hands.
The Cuban Missile Crisis.
October the 16th, 1962, President Kennedy received word that the Soviets were in the process of deploying intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Cuba. The President demanded that the Soviets dismantle and remove the missiles. At the same time, he announced a naval blockade to prevent further missile shipments from reaching Cuba. But the Soviets didn't back down, instead placing their armed forces on secondary alert. Soviet transport ships carrying missiles continued on course towards Cuba. US and Soviet forces went on alert for an all-out nuclear war. Frantic negotiations were conducted through the UN's Emergency Security Council and unofficial channels to end the hair-trigger standoff. Finally, on October the 28th, the Soviet Union agreed to remove its missiles from Cuba. And so the world avoided a nuclear holocaust. But in order to get the Soviets to pull their missiles out, we had to make a deal.
You mean the one where the US agreed to remove its IRBMs from Turkey?
No. The Jupiter IRBMs deployed in Turkey were obsolete, and we were going to get rid of them anyway. They had no strategic value whatsoever to either the US or the Russians. The Turkey deal was a ruse, a cover story that was fed to the other intelligence agencies around the world.
So what did the Russians really want?
Sokolov. They wanted us to return Sokolov.
You mean the Soviets pulled out of Cuba just to get their hands on Sokolov?
That's right.
What the hell was he working on?
At the time, we had no idea. We were running out of time. It was either give up Sokolov or risk full-scale nuclear war. In the end, we had no choice. President Kennedy gave in to Khrushchev's demand. The next day, I got Sokolov out of the hospital, handing him over to agents on the eastern side. Sokolov kept on screaming, "Save me," until he disappeared from my side. Then a month ago, we received some new information from one of our moles.
About Sokolov?
Yes. He was taken back to the research facility and forced to continue working on the weapon in question under KGB supervision. What's more, it's on the verge of completion.
So what kind of weapon is it? Something to do with space rockets?
No, missiles.
Same technology.
I guess you're right. We don't know the details, but it appears to be a new kind of nuclear device. For half a year now, the Soviets have been conducting frequent nuclear tests at Semipalatinsk.
Something to do with the weapon, I assume.
We're talking about a secret weapon so big that Khrushchev was ready to pull out of Cuba to get it back.
Is Sokolov still in the facility?
No. According to our intelligence, he's in Selino-Yarsk, a place in the mountains about 3 miles to the west that's known as the Virgin Cliffs.
The Virgin Cliffs. Nice name for a virtuous mission.
They moved him there just recently.
Why?
Apparently, they're conducting a field test of the weapon, but it's our best chance to get him back. This mission would never have been possible if he was still in the research facility. This is our last chance. Sokolov must have known that too when he contacted us. So how does it feel to be a patient in one of the most advanced ICUs in the world?
Would you do me a favor and tell the suits about visiting hours? I'll never get better with them assaulting me day and night with their questions.
Must be part of the top brass's inquiry.
More like an interrogation. According to them, I'm a traitor and an accomplice to the boss's defection.
They're just looking for a scapegoat.
Does that mean they're after you, too?
Let's just say neither one of us is going to be made a national hero out of this.
Does this mean Fox is going to die?
No. This fox is still one step ahead of the hounds. The reason I came to see you today, Jack, it's time for Fox to clear its name.
What are you talking about?
The situation has changed. We still got a chance to come out of this one alive.
Yeah, what kind of chance?
Don't get too excited. Here, have a cigar. It's Cuban. This morning, I had a meeting with the CIA.
They decided when they're going to execute us?
No. Something even bigger. Yesterday, the White House received an unexpected call.
President Johnson?
Yes, I hear you, Mr. Chairman.
It was a hotline call from Khrushchev to President Johnson.
From the head of the Soviet Union?
That's right.
A few days ago, one of our country's main design bureaus, OKB 754, was destroyed in a nuclear explosion. At about the same time, our anti-aircraft radar picked up a signature that appeared to come from one of your military aircraft. Does any of this sound familiar to you? In retaliation, I have placed our armed forces on secondary alert. Depending on your response, I may be left with no choice but to order the military to maximum alert and unleash Armageddon. With the help of your predecessor, I was able to survive the Cuban incident. But my power is not as great as it once was. If I am to survive this crisis, I must have your full cooperation.
I should have contacted you myself. Did you know that one of our soldiers defected to your country a week ago?
No.
So you haven't heard then. The man who arranged the defection was a GRU colonel by the name of Yevgeny Borosovich Volgin.
Volgin, of the Brezhnev faction. Go on. Who is the soldier?
Her name is the Boss. She's a living legend. During World War II, she was the one who led us to victory in that war. In Russia, you know her as Voyevoda.
You mean the boss? The mother of your special forces?
Yes, that's the one. And she took 2 miniature nuclear shells along with her.
The boss took 2 miniature nuclear shells.
I'm afraid so. I believe they were a gift for her new hosts. The Davy Crockett Atomic Battle Group delivery system was completed 2 years ago. Serious problems were found with the launcher's range and precision. Although they were mass-produced, they've never been deployed in battle.
But Sokolov's research facility was completely wiped out. The whole area is polluted.
I can only offer you my deepest condolences over this terrible tragedy.
So, the boss, with Colonel Volgin's help, stole 2 experimental nuclear shells and took them with her as gift when she defected. Then, shortly thereafter, Sokolov's design lab, a top-secret military research facility, was destroyed by one of these weapons. Am I right so far?
Yes, that's correct.
And the American government denies any involvement in the affair. Is that right as well?
That's correct. We were not involved in any way.
Then what was a U.S. military aircraft doing on our radar screen? It was clearly in violation of our airspace. And yet you say it was not acting under your orders.
That's correct.
You expect me to believe that this was all the work of a single soldier?
I don't know what else to tell you.
The Army insists that this is all a ploy on your part.
I've said it once and I'll say it again. Our government had nothing to do with it.
And I would like dearly to believe you. However, I'm afraid my power over the military has weakened since the Cuban incident. I will need some kind of proof that this was not the action of the American government. You have 1 week. You must catch the boss yourselves and recover the remaining nuclear device. Then, you must find some way to prove your innocence.
Prove our innocence?
Yes, preferably something painful. Prove to me that this is not merely another one of your tricks.
The boss should be close to Colonel Volgin. How about a little co-action?
I would not expect too much if I were you. The political situation here is unstable. And Colonel Volgin is a member of the Brezhnev faction, which seeks to topple my government. 1 week. You have only 1 week. And if it is not too much to ask, do something about Volgin as well.
What is that supposed to mean?
Nothing. It means nothing. Call it a modest gentleman's agreement to ensure our continued relationship.
What if we can't prove our innocence?
Then I will be unable to restrain the military. I will be ousted, and they will seek their revenge.
A nuclear attack on the United States?
I leave the disposal of this situation entirely to your discretion, Mr. President.
Disposal?
If you fail, it will mean the beginning of a new world war.
To put it simply, in order to avoid a full-scale nuclear conflict, we have to prove that America was not involved in that explosion.
And eliminating the boss ourselves will prove America's innocence?
Right. The higher-ups have decided that you're the only one capable of pulling this off. You were her last apprentice. Screw this one up, and we'll both be 6 feet under. There's no choice.
Okay, so back on the field. Alright, so need to set the camouflage. Yep. Okay, so want to try and capture one of each animal. So let's see here. So I'll just use the alright, top secret. I think I've missed a few of the keratons. Let's see, 202. Page 202. Let's see. During the cutscene on the bridge, we learn how Snake acquired his bandana. This will become a signature piece of apparel for Solid Snake in the future. During the movie sequence, after Snake's recovery, press R1 and look to the left. You'll see a skeleton, the remains of a Cobra member killed by a comrade 2 years before. Oh. No, you don't. I'll save that for later. Now, let's see. Right, so there's Python, Ezo comfrey, Chinese plantain, Autumn frogs, Siberian ink cap. I think I got the Siberian ink cap. Yeah, it's not on my list, so I've got it. Well, better you than me. Okay, so we got an Autumn frog. So delete that from the list. Loco Maloco. Alright, I should check the cure items as well. So I've got serum. Antidote. Yeah, I shouldn't delete the medication off the list because it actually tells how to get it. Let's see, cold medicine, digestive medicine. And then so I must have got the Chinese plantain there by the tree, so automatically turned into styptic. Okay. Alright, so there's Ezo Comfrey nearby. So what does that turn into? Ezo Comfrey. Oh, spent. the door. Okay, I'm back. So, let's see. In this next area, I wasn't able to find the Ezo Comfrey in the last area, but oh well. So in this area we've got 2 more pythons, frogs, right, so do I need to get the frogs? Because I've got those. And then there's Buckle Scaly Tooth. This turns into Antidote. So I'll get some of that. And there's a squirrel nearby, Japanese flying squirrel. So I'll have to look out for those, just have to get one of them. Let's see, Hammer Kudzu to the northern section. And then some Russian oyster mushrooms, which I think I've already got. Yep. Okay. Okay, need to turn the light off. Yep, I don't like the glare. Right, so Siberian ink cap. Okay, I've already tasted that. Poor little bugger. Whatever. I'll just move on to the next area. Wait, I think I'm back where I started. Dope. Controls are still awkward. Oh yeah, what was that mod I got on that Quincy? Okay, so okay, let's just try and get through each area. Right, so I should have been trying to get the equipment, but oh well. Yeah. So I've missed out on equipment in the prologue. Okay, so there's nothing. Wait, isn't this where we started in the previous game? In the previous one? The virtuous mission? So we just have to get north. Put that frick.
Looks like death wasn't ready for you yet.
Boss.
That arm still hurt?
What are you doing here?
Go home. Go home. Gru and my sons are waiting up ahead. You don't have a prayer of finishing your mission. You're not even armed.
Boss!
I'm not your boss anymore. There's nothing for you here. Go home. Go back to your boss. There's no need to prove that you are virtuous here. This isn't America. That should stir things up a bit. You'd better hurry. The border is 60 miles south of here. You ought to be able to run that far.
Why'd you defect?
I didn't. I'm loyal to the end, to my purpose. What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? The mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings? You don't know the truth yet. But sooner or later, you'll have to choose. I don't expect you to forgive me. But you can't defeat me either. You know me too well. Just look at that bandana. If you can't put the past behind you, you won't survive long. If we meet again, I'll kill you. Now, go home.
This is Snake. Major Zero.
I read you, Snake.
I was ambushed by the boss.
You were what?
The drone's been shot to hell. It's up in flames.
That's not good. Enemy scouts are going to come looking for you.
Yeah, I know. But what was the boss doing here in the first place? There's got to be a leak somewhere.
No, that's impossible. The man the boss is working with, Volgin, isn't exactly on speaking terms with Khrushchev.
I lost my gun. The boss destroyed it.
Snake, I know how you're feeling. It's hard for me to believe, too, that a legendary hero like the boss would go over to the Russians. That she'd double-cross us like this. But that's how it is, and if you don't accept it, you'll never be able to beat her.
That's not the problem. In terms of sheer technique, I'll never be able to beat her. I know that all too well.
You've got to do it, Snake. She's your enemy and your objective.
Enemy? We were together for 10 years, and now you tell me she's my enemy?
Enough. Hurry to the factory where Adam is waiting. Scouts have probably already been sent out to investigate the explosion. You've lost your weapon, right? That means you've got no chance of winning in a battle situation. Whatever you do, don't let them see you.
wrong?
Nobody here.
What the hell is this?
What's wrong?
HQ? HQ.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. We have evidence of an enemy intruder. Commence alert formation.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
HQ.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. Unable to locate the problem.
Understood. Return to your position.
Who's that?
Hello. Raindrop. Nice. Can you hear me okay? Oh, just noticed the mic was off, or oops. Yeah, I was saying there that they've got most of the same controls from the previous game, so the controls are still kind of awkward. So I have to to kill someone, I have to use 3 different buttons, and they swapped the choke button around. Before it was square, and then they changed it to circle. So and then his sneaking isn't the best. So if I try if I move the left stick slowly, he walks or sneaks. But if I move it all the way, then he runs. So I have to try and sneak up behind them and grab them. But the thing is, as soon as he gets like right behind them, that's when they hear him straight away and like turn around and see him. So yeah, it's quite annoying that. So I was trying to get through the prologue without being spotted, but and I was also trying to get each animal and plant and stuff. But now I'm not going to do that anymore because it's taking too long. And plus my suppressor was used up after trying to collect everything. So instead I'll just focus on getting the items in each area. So I've got the so this game came out 2004, so it's 20 years old, over 20 years old now. And so is the book, which I have. So I'm using the walkthrough section, but I'm only using the maps really. So the maps show where everything is. So in this area, this area is the same place where the prologue started off. So in case you don't know, okay, so Metal Gear, the first game, it takes place in it came out in 1987, I think, but it takes place in 1995. So like 8 years into the future. And then so in the future in 1995, you play as a rookie recruit called Solid Snake, and he's taking orders by his superior, Big Boss. So they work for Foxhound, which is a secret covert group of specialists that works for the United States government. And so the first game, Metal Gear, takes place in South Africa, in a place called Outer Heaven, and you have to there's this group of terrorists that have gotten they have a super weapon, a bipedal robot that can launch a nuclear weapon from any type of terrain. So that it can, so this if this thing succeeds, then it could result in the end of the world. So Snake has to go in, infiltrate the enemy's base and stop them. So before he was sent in, Grey Fox was sent in, who was like the best member of Foxhound, but he was captured. So then Snake goes in, frees Grey Fox, who just sits there in the cell, doesn't do anything. So then we untie Grey Fox, and then he just sits there while we move on and do the rest. So then as Solid Snake, we stop the bad guys, fight lots of bosses, but then at the end, towards the end, Big Boss starts giving us wrong orders and telling us the wrong places to go, and eventually, so if you follow Big Boss's orders, then you're basically going in a loop, and he's running you around in circles. So eventually, after if you decide to follow Big Boss's orders, and you haven't suspected that he's giving you false directions, eventually it'll come to the point where the player has to use some common sense and like ignore his orders. So then you eventually end up reaching Metal Gear, and you have to destroy it. So once you destroy Metal Gear, all is revealed, and you find out that the real leader of the terrorist group is Big Boss, who is your superior, and then he reveals himself at the end, and you fight him and defeat him, and then you but before you after you destroy Metal Gear, the self-destruct sequence is initiated by Big Boss, and then you confront Big Boss, you defeat him, then you escape, and the facility is destroyed. But then at the end, Big Boss vows revenge. Then 4 years later, so the second game was released in 1990, I think, and then that one takes place 4 years later in 1999, where you return as Solid Snake. Another terrorist group has gotten themselves another Metal Gear in the fictional Central Asian country of Zanzibar land. So in that game, you have to take orders from your new officer in charge, Colonel Roy Campbell, and you're sent in to Zanzibar land to stop the terrorists. So once again, we fight lots of bosses. A lot of them have names named after movie characters, and then we're back. Dinner. Okay, I'm back. So I brought my dinner in. I didn't get a drink though, but I'll get one after I'm finished. Thanks. So yeah, Metal Gear 2. We do the same thing again, except this time we've got a new radar system, and then the bad guys, the NPCs, the bad guys are, well, they're programmed to like follow you into the next screen. So before they couldn't do that. So yeah, in the first game, when the guards patrolled, they'd only patrol the one screen, but in the second one they could walk from one screen to the other. So yeah. In Metal Gear 2, we infiltrated, as Solid Snake, we infiltrated Zanzibar land, stopped the terrorists, stopped lots of bosses, and the scientist from the first game, Dr. Madnar, he was back, and he warned about Metal Gear being operational. And actually, he was actually I didn't really see him as a boss, but in one of the games, one of the screenplay book, it labelled him as like a boss fight. Basically, he Dr. Madnar, he there's a point where he goes crazy or something, and he like jumps on Snake's back and looks like he's trying to hump him or something. So apparently that's a boss fight. So he's like choking him, but he's like on his back, so you have to like use you have to use like remote control missiles or something to like try and get him off. I forget. I didn't use remote control missiles. I think I used something else. So then Metal Gear 2 ends with us fighting Big Boss a second time. So Big Boss has returned and he's leading this terrorist group, and then apparently at the end you find out, after you defeat Big Boss once and for all, and so so at the end, first you fight against so Gustava, she's like a female soldier. Well, she's a female operative in disguise as an enemy soldier. You have to follow her into the bathroom, into the women's bathroom, and then there's an elevator in the women's bathroom. So you take it down. Take the secret elevator in the women's bathroom down to the the sewers, and then you make your way through the sewers to rescue Dr. Madnar. Then you get to this chasm, and then Grey Fox shows up in Metal Gear, and after Madnar crosses the bridge and destroys the bridge while also killing Gustava. But then you find out later that Gustava was Grey Fox's girlfriend or something. So Grey Fox killed his girlfriend or something, and didn't realise it. So you have to destroy Metal Gear at the end, and then once Metal Gear is destroyed, Snake's on fire, so you have to like get rid of everything. So you have to get rid of all of your weapons and equipment, and the only thing that's left is well, nothing really. So you have to go into the next room and you have to fight Grey Fox in a fist fight in a minefield. So you defeat him and apparently you kill him, and then after that is the final boss fight against Big Boss, who is still alive and he's back for revenge, and he's part machine as well. But then so I think originally Big Boss did come back. I think the Big Boss in Metal Gear 2 is the Big Boss from the first game, who came back for revenge. Hold on. But then, as the games went on, I think each game is like basically a remake of the game that came before. But with each game, they've decided to like try and continue the story in some way, while also, you know, they always have to like throw in something weird or controversial or something. So then eventually, so like once it got to Metal Gear Solid, we played as Solid Snake, and so at the end of Metal Gear 2 we find out that Big Boss is actually Snake's father. Obi-Wan never told you the truth. I am your father. No. Yeah, so it looks like they've done a Star Wars type thing there in Metal Gear 2. So then Metal Gear Solid came out 1998, takes place in 2005. So that's 6 years after the events of Metal Gear 2 in the Shadow Moses island on Alaska's Fox archipelago. And so after Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake decided to retire from the whole military business and decided to move to Alaska. So then a terrorist group who Foxhound, the new group of Foxhound decides to betray America, and they seize control of a secret base in Alaska on one of the islands, and Solid Snake is called back, as well as Colonel Campbell, and sent in to defeat the new terrorist group and stop another Metal Gear. This one's called Metal Gear Rex, and then you find out that the leader of the terrorist group is Liquid Snake, who's Solid Snake's brother. Oh, brother. So, once again, you have to infiltrate a base, kill these terrorists, destroy their fancy robot weapon to avoid a nuclear war, and then kill their leader, Liquid Snake. So we would fight Liquid Snake like several times. Once in a Hind D, then again in Metal Gear Rex. Actually, we do that twice, and then Grey Fox returns as a ninja, as a cyborg ninja to fight us, but also to help us, which is weird. And he's eventually killed for good by Liquid Snake. Yeah, being squashed by giant robot's foot. Ought to do it. He's no more revivals for him. So unless they make a clone of him or something from his blood. But then, even if you make a clone, it's not like an exact copy. It's, you know, it's not like they're going to have all of the original's memories and stuff. Because, like, it's like having a child, you know, because your children are your clones. Basically, they're not gonna, even though your kids are your clones, they're not your exact clones, you know. Even twins have like separate thoughts and things, you know, that makes them unique. So then at the end of Metal Gear Solid, in the credits, we found out that Revolver Ocelot was actually working for Solid Snake, who is the president of the United States. Then the next game, Metal Gear Solid 2, comes out in 2001, takes place in 2007 and 2009. So the prologue 2007 follows Solid Snake and Otacon. They return, and they have their own anti-Metal Gear group called Philanthropy, and they infiltrate this tanker off the coast of New York, and they want to try and destroy this new Metal Gear Ray that the United States government is trying to move in secret. But then the tanker is shortly after Snake arrives on the tanker, the tanker is infiltrated by a Russian military force, whose leader is Colonel Gorlukovich, who's working with Revolver Ocelot, now called Liquid Ocelot, because after he got his arm cut off in the previous game by the ninja Grey Fox, he took Liquid Snake's arm and grafted it onto his, and somehow the cells in Liquid's arm have like kind of taken over Ocelot's mind somehow, which is impossible because that's not. It's like imagine if you give your heart to someone, have a heart transplant, and then you so you die, and then your heart goes into somebody else's body, and then you take over their body. I don't think that works. I don't think it works that way. If you donate blood and your blood helps someone else, it's not like your blood is going to take over their mind. It's ridiculous. Yeah, chicken and chips tonight for a change. Did you have a nice Christmas? Quiet. That's good. Quiet is good. If mine was quiet, I would have been streaming. But that was chock-a-block, man. Parents went up to see little sister. Cool. Yeah, I Christmas Day, I woke up at 9 actually. I went to bed early. Woke up at 9 o'clock in the morning. But then I was like, oh, everyone else is still sleeping. I'll just go back to bed and wait till they wake up first. But then my brother was at the door at like 10 o'clock in the morning with my nephew and niece. And they wanted to come in and help us open the presents. So yeah. She has 2 little girls now, so new daughters, first Christmas. Oh, that's nice. That's the most important part, is family. So I went to Christmas Mass on Christmas Eve because Christmas Day Mass is always like the busiest. And the baby Jesus was wrapped in a keffiyeh as well, so that was cool. And because he was a Palestinian Jew. The Christmas Mass was brilliant. It was fantastic. It was like singing and everything at it. It was amazing. And then Christmas Day, after we opened the presents and got ready and everything, I went out to my sister's house and had dinner. And then afterwards went to the graveyard to see my mum, which was the most important part because she loved Christmas. So yeah, seeing her Christmas Day was always like that had to be like the most important part. So then let's see, afterwards came back here, and then I think there was more people that showed up, so yeah, I was like really busy. I think I started this 2 days ago actually, so yeah, so that was Boxing Day. Or St. Stephen's Day. Or Wren's Day. Just found out that there's a place in the very south of Ireland called Dingle, and they have like a parade on Boxing Day on the 26th of December. They do Wren's Day, W-R-E-N, and it's basically like a mini St. Patrick's Day parade. The people have to wear one of 2 colours or both. That's green and white, and then the bird, and they wear these like, some people wear these like straw hats, and like clothes that look like they're made out of, well, they're like sculptures made out of straw, but some of them look like clothes, so they'll like create like like a t-shirt or something that looks like it's made out of straw. And then there'll be people walking around with these things on. If you Google it, Rains Day, then you should see pictures of it, possibly videos. It's pretty cool looking. I'm hoping to try and... I was expecting to be finished with the Metal Gear series before Christmas, but it was just so busy. I would like to try and wrap things up before the new year, but we'll see how it goes. The way I see things is whenever it's my birthday or Christmas or whatever, I always see I love Mr. Bean and Ace Ventura, Jim Carrey, and all of those type of characters. So I love those silly comedy characters. Mike Myers and Austin Powers and all of that. I think that's great because Mum always hated my silliness, but I love being silly because it's important to not take life too seriously. Mr. Bean, he actually has the right attitude because he buys himself stuff. Well, he doesn't really have anybody really. He does have a girlfriend in some episodes, but most of the time he's on his own, and he's happy that way. And he'll buy himself birthday presents and Christmas presents, and he'll act like he'll unwrap them and then he'll be surprised and he'll be acting as if it's what he always wanted. Acting as if he didn't know what it was when he opened it. But I think that's the right attitude to have. Plus, Mr. Bean was the first one to do selfies. There's an episode where he's got a camera and he's he's doing selfies and everything. Might be a bit controversial because that same episode he's actually there's a few episodes where he tries to do selfies with a camera, and there's one where he's in London or something, and there's one of those Queen's guards. They're King's guards now. The ones with the red uniform and the big black hats. The hats that are made out of So those hats that they wear, they killed bears, lots of bears to turn them into hats, which is awful. So every time I see those soldiers, it just makes me think about all the bears that they've killed. So anyway, so Mr. Bean, he's trying to take a selfie with this guard. The guard is just standing there, of course, and the guard has a moustache as well. But then Mr. Bean, he's trying to make the picture perfect and everything. So he's trying. He puts stickers on the hat to make it look like a smiley face and stuff, and then then he then he gets like scissors and like cuts the guard's moustache, but he cuts it too much and it looks like shouldn't say his name, but it looks like a Charlie Chaplin moustache. Yeah. Yeah, Charlie Chaplin moustache. Shouldn't say the other guy's name. But yeah, well, once you see it, you're like, oh my god, because you're immediately thinking of the other guy, and you're like, oh, can't believe they put that on TV. But it is funny. That sounds like the people who shop Amazon when they're drunk. Chips are turning cold, but whatever, eating them anyway. Yeah, life is short. Even if you live to 100, life is still short. And life is what was that thing in Star Wars? Oh yeah, it was Ahsoka said it to Grogu. That's Baby Yoda. She said, a short time for some is a lifetime for others. And what about Jonathan? Jonathan is 198. And I'm still kicking. Well, that'd be great to be 198, but you know, for him, you know, the days just fly by. Who is Jonathan? He's a tortoise, oldest living creature. Delicious. Okay, so Metal Gear Solid 2, this is where things start going out of hand. So Metal Gear Solid 1, it was all about like genetics and genes and whatever. It's the one that started getting more controversial with politics and stuff. And then Metal Gear Solid 2, it started going like it started going doing a thing with like conspiracy theories and all that. So it talks about this secret cult that has infiltrated America's politics called the Patriots. And the Patriots, they have controlled. They've infiltrated the United States government for decades, and they've been controlling all of America's wars, and so all of America's wars and presidents have all served the Patriots, and that the elections aren't actually decided by the people, that they're just a pantomime, like a show to satisfy the public, and that they don't actually decide anything. Their votes don't matter at all, because the real people who are in power are the ones behind the scenes that are always in the Senate, and they're basically using the United States government as like a puppet government. Then you find out that these patriots are actually AIs, artificial intelligences, and and the former president, Solidus Snake, the third of the snakes, he is no longer president, and he so in the tanker shell, in the tanker incident, Snake lands on the tanker to try and stop this new cult Metal Gear Ray, but the tanker is boarded by a Russian military group led by Colonel Gulukovich, who is working with Revolver Ocelot, now called Liquid Ocelot, and at the end you have like a boss fight with Olga Gulukovich. Actually, I think that's halfway through. Then you get Metal Gear Ray, but then Liquid Ocelot, he takes Metal Gear Ray for himself, and he Colonel Gulukovich, he kills the Navy dude, US Navy dude, the leader of the army of the US Army on the tanker, and then Ocelot kills Gurlukovich, and yeah. So then in Metal Gear Ray, he uses it to cut the tanker in half, and it splits in half and sinks like the Titanic. Then in the second part, you play as Raiden. So 2 years later, so Raiden's name his codename is originally Snake, but for the mission he has to change his codename to Raiden, and Raiden's real name is Jack. So assisting him is Colonel Campbell, who is later revealed to actually be an AI controlled by the Patriots. Then there's Rose, his girlfriend, and his original name was Jack. So Jack and Rose. Ah, dear. So after the tanker incident, there was this facility created off the coast of New York. You never actually see New York in the game. Actually, you see like one of the bridges at the start of the game that Snake, Solid Snake is on. But apart from that, you don't see New York after that. Well, you see like, at the end you're like on top of one of the buildings, like for the boss fight, and then you're in the cutscene. It's like down on the streets, but yeah. Apart from that, you don't really see New York. So the big there's this facility called the Big Shell, which is created to help with the cleanup of the tanker. But as the game, so the Big Shell is seized by a group of terrorists, So their leader is Fortune. There's like 3 or 4 of them. So there's Fortune. There's Fortune, who uses a railgun. There's Fat Man, who uses explosives. There's Vamp, who is like a vampire and uses knives. I think that's it. And then there's then their leader is Solidus Snake. So Solidus, he is no longer the president of America, but they have the president kidnapped, the new president, President Johnson. So President Johnson is the new U.S. president is kidnapped, and they've got him hostage on this facility, and you have to, as Raiden, you have to stop them. You have to free the president, save the president, and stop the terrorists and destroy their Metal Gear. As the game proceeds, you come across another ninja who is actually Olga from the prologue, and you also come across a guy called Pliskin who looks remarkably like Solid Snake. Then later it's revealed that Pliskin is actually Solid Snake in disguise. He just had a name change. He actually is Solid Snake, and not denying it anymore. And he's working with Otacon. So they work together, and then eventually they find out that there's a new type of Metal Gear underneath the big shell, called Arsenal Gear, and it's basically a giant submarine, and inside it is an army of Metal Gear Rays. So it's basically like an aircraft carrier, except this is a Metal Gear carrier, and is what's the word? Amphibious. Yeah. So the main weapon for Arsenal Gear isn't the Metal Gears, but it's the AI. So the AI is the main part of Arsenal Gear, and this is going to be used to destroy all of the destroy and control all of the digital information, and then towards the end, Raiden gets knocked out. He's put on board the Arsenal Gear, stripped naked, and they have a kind of Austin Powers type scene where they where Solidus, Ocelot, and Olga are like standing in front of Raiden. He's stark naked, and they're moving around, but their like shoulders and stuff are like just slightly blocking, his bits and pieces. So after Arsenal Gear is after that moment, Arsenal Gear it comes up to the surface, and the big shell facility falls apart and then into the ocean. Arsenal Gear approaches New York, and we so Emma, during Emma Emmerich, we had to rescue her as well, Otacon's sister, and while we're rescuing her, Vamp shows up and stabs her. So then once we run around the long way and meet up with him. We take the disc and of hers, and she ends up dying in Otacon's arms. Also, Otacon, after her death, Otacon says that everything was his fault. Amric is his stepsister or something, and his apparently Otacon's father committed suicide after he found out that Otacon was having an affair with his wife, so Emma's mother. So basically Otacon was having an affair with his stepmother, and then his father found out about it and took his own life. And yeah, it's like what the hell. Family's family, so even if they're like stepmother or stepfather or stepbrother or stepsister, yeah, no, don't do that. Because they're family. You don't sleep with family members even if they're not blood related. That's just wrong. Like I can yeah. So then after Raiden is on Arsenal gear, because of Emma's data, it starts to it's basically a virus, and it starts to affect the AI on board Arsenal gear. So then that's why Colonel Campbell, he keeps calling Raiden at this point and saying, could you turn off the game, turn off your console, and stuff like that. Basically copying what Big Boss was saying to us in the first game. And then then towards the end it's revealed that that the AI created everything. It set everything up to basically remake the events of the previous game as like a simulation to create the next Solid Snake, basically. So it's saying like all of this is actually just a game. The game is actually just a game. So yeah. And then then you fight like an army of Metal Gear Rays, and then at the very end you have to fight against Solid Snake on top of some roof in New York. Yeah. So, and then after he is defeated, Raiden is on the streets with Snake. Snake walks off to do his next mission, and basically does like a Batman type thing where he's like, hey, what's that over there? And then Raiden looks around, sees Rose, then he turns back around and Snake's not even there, and it's like, what the hell, now you know what Commissioner Gordon feels like. So then yeah, so then Raiden or Jack meets up with Rose, the real Rose, it seems this time. Apparently she actually was real, because during the game he's like, so throughout the early parts of the game, when you save with Rose, they talk about dates and stuff they had together, and then after you find out towards the end, after you find out that Colonel Campbell wasn't real, Raiden's like, there's a part where Rose is acting like is acting the same way, and you're like, is Rose even real? But then Raiden is actually saying, is Rose even real? If you dated her, then wouldn't that mean she is real? Because if you saw her in person, then of course she'd be real. So yeah, I think if you had a relationship with someone in person, you should be able to know the difference between a machine and a real life person. Especially if the machine starts glitching and acting up. So yeah, then this is the next game, Metal Gear Solid 3, which takes place in 1963. The prologue takes place in 1963, and then the main part is 1964. So this is like a year later. So we're playing as Naked Snake, and guess what? His real name is Jack as well. So Jack is given a codename called Naked Snake, and in the prologue he had to in this area he had to enter Soviet Russia and not let the Russians know about it. He had to rescue a guy called Sokolov, who created this new type of he's a rocket scientist who created this new type of weapon. So we had to rescue him, get him out of the territory. So we got him. We encountered Major Ocelot, Leader Revolver Ocelot, and we knocked him out. And there was a moment where I shot him in the head, and then it said time paradox, game over. So then after that incident, I got Sokolov to the bridge, and then those three people helping Snake. There was Major Tom, Leader Major Zero, our save person called Paramedic, who every time we make a save with her, she talks about movies, and then there's the boss. So then once we get to the bridge, the boss, she shows up and says, I'll be taking Sokolov, and then a helicopter shows up with the other members of her group. So that's Pain, the Fury, the End, the Pain, the Fury, the End, the Sorrow, and the pain, the fear, the end, the fury, and the sorrow, and also Colonel Volgan. So Colonel Volgan was the only one that wasn't in the helicopter. He's like standing on the other side of the bridge, and he wanted. So basically, the boss, she has revealed that she has defected and joined this group, and she's going to take Sokolov, and then Volgan orders her to kill Snake. So she breaks his arm, throws him off a bridge, but I think Volgan wanted to kill Snake himself, but then the boss said, I'll handle it, he was my student, let me handle it. So then she throws him off the bridge, and I think she did it in a way that ensures that Snake survives. So so it looks like she's killed Snake, but really she has let him live. So then a year later, we're back in the same territory, and we have to stop this group and destroy the Shago Hod, which is that weapon that Sokolov has created. Shortly after entering the area, we come across a woman on a horse. It's the boss, and she took her gun, stepped on her hand, but before she did that, she was talking to Snake, and he's like, "Why did you defect?" And she said she didn't. She said she asked him which is more important, your country or your your country or your beliefs. So basically she was asking him all these questions, and then he didn't really give an answer, and she's all like, eventually you're going to have to make a decision, and then she said, if we meet again, I'll kill you. And then she rode off. She destroyed the wreckage as well nearby, set on fire. So the guys there, they went into alert. Okay, so eventually, so after she destroys the wreckage and gallops off, these enemy soldiers come into the area. They went over to the wreckage, and they were on alert straight away, and that's where I'm at right now. So I've headed north to past those guys and into this base. Since the start of the game, I've been using the maps to try and capture each animal and plant. I can't find some of the plants though. The radar isn't exactly the same as the previous games. The mini map. So it's a bit tricky that way. In the prologue section, I was just focused on trying to get through each area without being seen, but I passed a whole bunch of items and weapons that I didn't pick up, which I should have. And I was focusing on trying to get everything that there is to collect. Because I was doing that, I used up my suppressor, which is bad, because anytime I use my gun to put enemies to sleep, it'll let off a loud noise. But that's okay. The gun is gone because the boss took it, so all I have now is a knife. But apparently in the map shows that there's an assault rifle in the little base nearby. That's the same Rosvet base where I rescued Sokolov from. I'll be right back. I'm just going to leave my plate in and make a coffee, and I'll come back in and continue. Also, I can't stay up all night because I have mass tomorrow. So I can play up until about 1 o'clock maybe. Okay, I'm back. Early master normal time. Average. Normal time is usually 12, but and then the earliest is like 8 and 6. No, 8 and 9. When I'm going to is 10:30. Okay, so dinner's finished. I'll hit the lights, turn them off, because I can't play with glare. Okay, so back to the game. So I need to get some weapons. Okay, so instead of sneaking through each area, you know, I'll try to sneak through each area, but if I'm spotted, I'll just kill the enemies until they disappear. Because eventually, if you like kill enough, then there won't be any more. And at that stage, I'll be free to get everything in the area. So definitely need a weapon, so I'm going up here to get the AK-47. Yeah. AK-47, Soviet assault rifle, hold in first person view and shoulder aim with L1. Toggle semi-full auto with, I think that's with, triangle in one window. Okay. I can equip a snake as a weapon. Yeah, I don't think I'll need. Does that work with the motion detector? Okay, so let's see. I'm just looking at the map here to see if there's stuff. Oh, there's a gun nearby. Cool. It's in the closet. Okay. For frig's sake. Cardboard box, alright. Mine detector. Very important. So then the thermal goggles. Nice. What? It doesn't mention thermal goggles here. But I'm glad I found them. The thermal goggles are very handy.
Sorry I'm late.
Cut the engine. They'll hear us.
Are you the agent they sent?
Are you Adam? I thought you were supposed to be a man.
Adam couldn't make it.
All right, say the password. Who are the Patriots? Who are the Patriots? Answer me! Trapped.
Get down! There is your answer. The name's Eva.
Okay, so that's what R1 does. Yeah, this is the wrong place for that kind of thing.
This wasn't part of the plan. What happened to Adam?
What's your code name?
It's Snake.
Snake, huh? Well, I'm Eva. Are you here to tempt me?
What happened to Adam?
Colonel Volgan is a very suspicious man. He decided Adam wasn't the right person for this mission.
And you were.
Yes,
Why?
because I can do things he can't.
I heard you used to be a codebreaker for the NSA.
I was. 4 years ago, I defected to the Soviet Union with Adam.
Mauser military. The broom handle.
It packs quite a punch. Nice to have when you're on a bike.
You held it sideways and used the muzzle jump to create a horizontal sweep. That was impressive.
Bet you've never seen that technique in the West.
It's imitation, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a Chinese Type 17 pistol. Around here, even that's hard to come by. Don't worry, though. The one I've got for you is American-made.
.45, huh? Incredible.
Do you like it?
The feeding ramp is polished to a mirror sheen. The slide's been reinforced, and the interlock with the frame is tightened for added precision. The sight system is original too. The thumb safety is extended to make it easier on the finger. A long type trigger with non-slip grooves. A ring hammer. The base of the trigger guard's been filed down for a higher grip. And not only that, nearly every part of this gun has been expertly crafted and customized. Where'd you get something like this?
I grabbed it from a Western munitions armory. It probably used to belong to one of your officers, and there are more where that came from. You had this with you, didn't you? Better take this too.
What's that?
A disguise to make you look like a scientist.
A disguise?
Yes. You're here to rescue Sokolov, right?
Sokolov's still safe then?
Yes. He's being forced to continue his work on the Shagohod.
Where?
At the lab. They've got a whole army of scientists there developing new weapons. Security is tight, but if you disguise yourself as a scientist, you might be able to sneak in.
Can we get Sokolov out of there?
We'll see, won't we?
Tell me how to get to the lab.
The safest way in is from the rear. First, you'll need to head north through the jungle. You'll come to a heliport used for shipping materials. Pass the heliport and continue north, and there will be a large crevice. Descend into that area, and you'll reach a cave. Move through the cave, and you will arrive at a mangrove swamp. After the swamp, there'll be a warehouse. Make your way through the warehouse, and you'll come out just south of the lab.
Got it.
And just what are you doing there?
In close-range combat, a knife can sometimes be more useful than a gun. By doing this, I'll be able to hold a knife at the same time and still keep the gun steady. That way, I can instantly switch between a gun battle and a knife fight. Right, let's get going.
Wait a minute.
What now?
You must be tired. Why don't you take a little rest?
I'll be fine.
You'll never make it in your condition. It's a jungle out there. There's still an hour before dawn. It's dangerous to be out in the jungle at night without a guide.
What about you?
I have to get back. I can't be gone for too long. They'll start to suspect something. Don't worry. I'll keep you updated over the radio.
That's it?
My orders are to provide you with information, nothing more. You look disappointed. All right, then. I'll do something special for you. I'll stand watch until dawn. Now be a good boy and lie down. What's the matter?
I don't know you well enough to trust you.
How well do you have to know me to trust me?
I don't know if I can trust anybody.
Gonna get that?
She's right, Snake. You should get some sleep. Although in your condition, you really ought to be back in the ICU. Whenever you save the game and quit, you'll go to sleep. Sleeping allows you to gain back stamina naturally. Depending on how long you sleep, you may also recover naturally from sickness and injury. When you're tired or hurt, the best thing to do is just get some sleep. So do yourself a favor and take a nap. Doctor's orders, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Yep. Oh my goodness.
What's the matter?
We're surrounded. I see 4 of them.
And she's sticking out like a sore thumb. Just send her out.
It's the Ocelot unit. Let's get out of here. Hurry. Don't forget your gear. Here, give me a hand.
It's okay. You can just go outside dressed like that, and they'll be confused. You know, with her bops out.
We can use this to get to the basement. Damn it! Ocelot. I'll get past them on my bike. I'll call you later.
Okay, I'll keep them busy.
Yeah. Just realised that what I thought about there was actually just a Joker move. You know, he's like he always gets Harley Quinn to go out and distract them, my dear, while I make a daring escape.
What? Not here? Did he get away? Did we lose him? He's got to be around here. Find him. Move!
Maybe if I sit around long enough, they'll give up and disappear. Want to get that zombie camo. Let's check out the zombie. He looks familiar. Oh, squares. Wondering if they'll ever give up. Probably not. Looks like I may have to escape somewhere. I hear metal steps, so that's definitely in the south there. Let's see. Sick. It's always so awkward. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, my dad's, I think his hearing is starting to go because TV on the opposite side of the house is a full blast, and it always bugs me whenever the music from the adverts start playing, because you know, especially when he's got the door open, because then it means the microphone has a chance of picking it up. Let's keep on this.
What? Not here? Did he get away? Did we lose him? He's got to be around here. Find him! Who?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Are you going to climb the ladder? Please be stupid and climb the ladder. One by one. Okay, I think they've forgotten that I was on the roof. Okay, don't think there's anything else here, so... Can I go this way? What? fuck's sake. Controls are always so freaking awkward. Okay, so there's 3 of them left. So the hold L1, click the left stick, and then press square. Frick's sake. Yeah, so you shouldn't have to press like 3 different. You don't. It shouldn't be that you have to use 3 or 4 different buttons to like kill someone. Like, come on. there's only 2. Would be great if I could just sneak right up behind them and grab them and slit their throat, but that's not gonna happen. Especially when especially when they hear him as soon as like they're right behind them. Like once Nick gets right behind the enemies, they always like hear him like just before he gets to their back. Whereas before that didn't happen.
Nobody here.
So this guy Snake becomes big boss in the future, so I don't really feel like I should be sneaking around all that much, you know. He's supposed to be like a one-man army.
I see him. Up there.
Son of a... There we go. Use the knife. I'll have to move back to the page that tells me how to. Here we go. So, gunshot wound, knife or fork, then disinfectant. So use the knife to remove the bullet, then disinfectant. And effective for treating cuts and gunshot wounds. Okay, and then styptic. And then bandage. I was supposed to have gotten a trophy for removing a bullet with a knife. Oh. Right. What? Can't open these? What the freak? Right. Tell me you got something. Right. Just dump his body in the grass there. Thank you very much for the smoke grenades. They'll come in very handy. Right, now. Oh, Keratan. Right, now where are the other dudes? Might as well hide the bodies. Thank you. Or maybe not. Thank you. Okay, now what? We had try approach that gate, but I guess can't go through that way. Okay, not that way either.
I've been waiting for this moment. That's it! That's the stance! I don't think so. What? A female spy? This bitch is wearing perfume. Stay where you are. I've had enough of your judo.
I see you've got yourself a single-action army.
That's right. There'll be no accidents this time.
You call that an accident? Well, it wouldn't have happened if you hadn't been showing off.
What did you say?
It's a nice gun, I'll give you that. But the engraving gives you no tactical advantage whatsoever. Unless you were planning to auction it off as a collector's item. And you're forgetting one more very basic thing. You don't have what it takes to kill me.
We'll see.
That thing only carries 6 shots. The Makarov carries 8. You have to get a feel for how many you have left. This is a high-class weapon. It's not meant for shooting people.
Damn! This isn't over yet.
Don't.
Why?
He's still young.
You'll regret stopping me. Damn it! I've got to get back before he does.
Think I should save it.
Saving the game, Snake? Snake, have you ever seen On the Beach?
No, I don't know it.
It's about the survivors of the Third World War. The entire Northern Hemisphere is obliterated in a nuclear holocaust, and it's only a matter of time before the few survivors left in the Southern Hemisphere are poisoned by the deadly fallout. Their only hope is an American nuclear submarine that escapes to the Southern Hemisphere. They set out for the Arctic to investigate the fallout. The movie came out in '59, and the year that the war was supposed to happen was 1964. In other words, this year.
Nice warning. Let's hope it stays just a movie.
So she's basically like a TV guide, telling us all about movies. Every time we make a save, she talks about a different movie and tells us the whole plot and what happens and everything. And it's like the guy in what do you call it? The Lost Boys. The old Granda fella. He's like he's got a TV guide, and then the wee fella, he's like, do you have a TV? And he's like, no. And he's like, but you have a TV guide? And he's like, well, I have a TV guide, so I don't need a TV. Yeah, because the TV guide already says, spoils everything, basically. You know what? I should actually create a little list on how to cure injury stuff, and I just type it up from the book so I don't have to keep flicking back and forth between pages. Okay, so first one, food poisoning, and then cure is antidote, and then second one, venom poisoning. So to cure that, blood serum. Usually when they use usually for curing venom, they usually get they catch the creature that caused it, and they get part of the venom, and then they use that to create the cure. So I think I'll probably have to do something like that in this. I'll probably have to, if I get bit by a spider or snake or whatever, I'll probably have to like find the culprit and then shoot it, and then I'll probably automatically turn into the vaccine or whatever. And the anti-venom. Colds is the third one. Yeah, definitely have to treat colds if we get one, because don't want to be sneezing the whole way through the game. So to cure a cold, you use cold medicine, really. And then stomach aches, digestive medicine, and then gunshot wounds. So first you need to use a knife or fork, then disinfectant, then styptic, and then bandage. Then for cuts, you need to use disinfectant, then styptic, then suture kit to sew up the wound, to sew the cut up, and then bandage. Okay, and then for broken bones, splint, and then a bandage. Then for burns, ointment or honey, and then a bandage. Then for arrow or crossbow wounds, knife, pull the bolt or arrow out, and then bandage. Then anesthetic needles, just a knife, and then leeches, a cigar. There we go. So now I can just look at that whenever I get an injury. Okay, so next page. Yeah, Eva. Ocelot unit. Here we go, next area. The search for Sokolov. So So there's a crocodile cap in north of this section. So this is Chi Orange Prud. So there's grenades in this area, lots of ammo for AK-47, the Mark 22 pistol, and the M19 pistol. There's chaff grenades, smoke grenades, stun grenades, and the other type. Doesn't say what that other type is. It's just says a 1 on it. And then there's a GAKO camo. So yeah, we'll get the camos. And the crocodile cap will come in handy. So I'll get that too. So that's it. So in this area we've got coral snakes, milk snakes, poison dart frogs, odden frogs, tree frogs, crocodiles, and a fish called an arowana. And then there's 2 types of plants, Golova and Siberian inkcap. Okay, so it'd just be easier to use the rattlesnake. Nice. I'll take that off the list. Ooh, milk snack. Does it taste like milk though? Let's find out. I guess it must have been a bit sour. Ah, dear. Well, can take the milk snake off the list. Yeah, I guess it didn't have milk in it then. Hoping I do not go straight into one of those crocs. But I need to get to the very, yeah, up there. Or maybe just there. Ooh, bullets, nice. How did I get up there? Frig's sick. You mean to tell me you have to... Out for frig's sake. Ah, sorry. Right, so then I need to face there, and then do that again. Ah, controls are the opposite way now. Up is down and down is up. Like what the frig? Ah. Just got a trophy there. I can totally see you. So, I can totally see you. Achieve a camouflage index of plus 90%. Leeches. Well, leeches are supposed to be a form of therapy. Reminds me of Stand By Me.
Snake, are you there?
Eva,
Did you miss me?
did you make it without any trouble?
No one saw me.
So you're back with Vulcan.
In a matter of speaking.
What about the boss?
Yeah, she's here too.
Better be careful.
Thanks, I will. The boss and I get along pretty well, though. I guess we traitors have a lot in common.
Why would anyone want to defect? Betraying your country like that, I just don't get it.
Are you talking about the boss?
Why do you do it? Weren't you born and raised in America?
Yes, in a small rural town. I never even knew there were other countries, other cultures, other ways of thinking, until I went to work for the NSA. And one day, I'd found I'd lost faith in the things I'd been taking for granted.
What did you see? What was it that made you want to change sides?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Try me.
I saw the universe.
The universe?
Not the actual universe. The universe as the intelligence community sees it. I realized that the gravity in this universe was holding me back. That's all. People and countries are both changed by their environment and by the times.
That sounds like what the boss was saying.
There's a world of difference between this country and America. But it's only a difference of position, a difference of perspective. Coming here made me realize something. Half of what I'd been told was a complete and utter lie. The other half was a conveniently constructed lie.
Where's the truth, then?
It's hidden in the lies.
Are you lying, too?
Who knows? I've been trained to make even the most severe falsehood sound like the honest truth. Weren't you?
No. I believe because I have to, even if it is a lie. That's part of my mission.
I'll have to remember that. If you need me, give me a call on the radio. My frequency is 142.52. See ya.
Okay, might as well call her to add her to the radio list. Oh, she's already added. Good. We won't be able to play Metal Gear Solid 4 because it's PS3 only, and so to play that one I need to wait for them to release it as part of the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 2, which I thought, because Volume 1 was released October 2023, that it would be October 2024, but because it's not, it means that there must have been a hiccup or something, and so it could be that it's delayed. It'll be October 2025 when it's released, or but I'm not sure. It could be that if everything goes according to plan, it should be released in October 2025, but I'm not sure if there will be any more hiccups, because if there are, then it might be delayed till the year after. So yeah, so that's part of what made me think: should I wait until later before the others come out, or just do what I can now and then return to the series later? So I'm going to do what I can now, and then whenever when the Master Collection Volume 2 is released, I'll revisit the Metal Gear series and do them in chronological order. So that means in chronological order, this game will be first because it's in the 1960s, and then after that would be Peace Walker, which I'm doing after this one. Then would be Metal Gear in 1995. Then Metal Gear 2 in 1999. Then Metal Gear Solid in 2005. Then Metal Gear Solid 2 in 2007, 2009. And then finally would be Metal Gear Solid 4, which I think that one takes place. Oh yeah, that's right. Metal Gear Solid 5 would be after Peace Walker. So Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes takes place a year after. So Peace Walker takes place 1973, and then Ground Zeroes takes place 1974, and then the main part of Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, takes place in 1984. And then last in the chronological order would be Metal Gear Solid 4, which takes place in the future. I think it's like 2015 or something, I'm not sure. So yeah, and Metal Gear Solid 4, which is the next game after this one in release date order, I won't be able to play that one, but Eva returns in Metal Gear Solid 4 as Big Mama. Oh my goodness. So yeah, right at the very end, Naked Snake also returns as Big Boss. So I think it's Metal Gear Solid 4 that it basically has an end to the whole Patriots scenario after Metal Gear Solid 2, but also at the end there's like two big bosses or something. So then Metal Gear Solid 5 kinda and Peace Walker kinda has that whole story with there being two big bosses. So there's this one is the original big boss, the actual big boss, but then there's another one called Venom Snake, who is the other big boss. So this is where they start changing the story and saying that there's like two big bosses, and that in the original Metal Gear games the one in the first game was actually Venom Snake big boss, and then the second one was the actual big boss. But you know, I kind of think like that there's no way that they would have foreseen the game like being like there's no way they would have made up a story like 20 or 30 years in advance, you know. So I think they just but yeah, because even Metal Gear Solid, like the very first game, it was actually meant to be like a war game, but because of limitations with the technology at the time, they had to they couldn't have too many enemies on screen at once. So they, instead of it being a war game where you fight soldiers and stuff, they made it into a stealth game. So like there's no way they could have like made a complex story like that, from day one, like.
That area is known as Chorny Prud. The name means something like the Black Shore in Russian. It got its name from the deep swamp that covers the area. The crocodiles in that swamp are extremely vicious. Apparently, they've already chewed up a bunch of soldiers out on patrol. Now no one even dares to go near the swamp. They said that most of the soldiers who were killed were attacked from behind while they were in the water. You be careful out there.
Well, so since Naked's Neck becomes Big Boss and Eva is Big Mama, I guess that means her zipper trick worked. Oh wait, that's right. He didn't actually have kids with her. They were clones, weren't they? So they took his DNA and matched it with hers and created solid and liquid and solidus. So weird, this game and the series. Son of a... So I should have been hanging there. Okay, broken bones. Right, so let's see. Splint. And then a bandage. Oh, grenades. Okay. So there's like... Okay. So I need to get it over there. Because I want that crocodile cap. Son of a... I don't believe it. I must have to drop down onto the other wire then. not onto one of the branches. I'm going over this way to get the camo. Let's see, what is it? GAKO. It's like over here somewhere. Number 1. Asterisk. Oh, it's under the water. There we go. Scientist. Yeah. Better not equip that one. I think that's a trap. Okay. For frig's sake. Okay, I'm giving up on the crocodile cap. Can't keep doing that over and over again. Okay, on to the next area, and I should actually do some hunting to get some animals, because it'd be handy to have them for like rations and stuff. Okay, so in the next area. Okay, so just choose the big mark. Alright, so save.
You want to save? Hold on a sec. Snake, have you ever seen the War of the Worlds?
No.
These flying saucers from Mars arrive on Earth disguised as meteorites. The saucers use their heat rays to attack the nearby towns. And then...
Something wrong?
The thing is, I was too scared to watch. I had my eyes shut almost the whole time.
Then you haven't seen it.
No, it's not that. It's based on a novel by H.G. Wells.
You haven't seen it, have you?
That does remind me, though. When I was 2 years old, my father listened to the radio drama version of the story. It was right after dinner on Sunday, and we were relaxing in the living room. They said monsters had come out of a meteorite that landed in New Jersey. It sounded just like a real live news broadcast. My father said he and my older brother actually believed it and started yelling and panicking. My mother supposedly grabbed me from my crib and took me out to the car, still wrapped up in blankets. But then, just as my dad was about to start the car, he realized that it was all just a radio drama. Because on the car's radio, they were playing Bing Crosby tunes. No matter what station he turned to, no one else seemed to be reporting on this big history-making news story.
Sounds like something out of the big broadcast.
Nobody said a word. We all went back to our rooms. My father and brother got off with a scolding from my mother, but I was the one who really suffered. After that incident, every time I acted up, my father and brother would scare me by saying, "The Martians are coming!"
That's terrible.
Isn't it, though?
So, you haven't seen the movie?
I saw it. So even nuclear weapons wouldn't work against the Martian war machines.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, Snake, if you conceal yourself like the Martians did, the enemy won't know what hit them.
Conceal myself?
Maybe not in a meteorite, but if you can hide yourself inside something a little more close at hand.
Close at hand.
Something like a box.
Ah, I get it. So, you never saw the movie?
I saw it, all right? I see you've got yourself a ration. Rations are portable meals carried by Soviet soldiers.
I've heard some nasty stories about how they taste.
It looks like the rumors are true.
Great.
Hey, you should be grateful. Those things are designed to last. No matter how long you keep a ration, it'll never go bad. And they're surprisingly good for you, too.
I'd take a snake over this any day, even if it's a little rotten.
You are hopeless. By the way, Snake.
What?
You know the Ocelot unit commander?
Ocelot?
Yeah, that's not his real name, is it?
I wouldn't think so.
Is it a code name?
You mean like Snake?
Yeah.
Maybe. Why? Is that strange?
No, I was just wondering why he's called Ocelot.
Why's that?
Well, I looked it up, and it turns out the ocelot is a wild cat whose habitat stretches from the southern U.S. down to northern Argentina. They live in a variety of different environments, from tropical rainforests to savannas. The biggest ones can grow up to 1 meter in length. They're normally solitary creatures, and their diet consists mainly of small animals and fish. During the day, they sleep up in the trees, but at night...
Yeah, paramedic.
Oh, right. So, the ocelot is an animal that lives on the American continent. But then I wondered, why would a Soviet officer be using the name of an American wildcat?
Good question. Maybe it's because he's fast and agile like an ocelot.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
But why'd you go to all the trouble of looking it up?
Because I was curious. Was it helpful?
Sure.
saving the game, Snake? Snake, have you ever seen For a Fistful of Dollars?
Nope, never.
It's a spaghetti western.
Spaghetti Western.
It's really cool, especially the main character's stylish gunplay.
Gunplay.
I saw it in England on the Major's recommendation, but it hasn't come out in the States yet. It's so cool. They'll bring it to America, I'm sure. You have to see it sometime.
Sure.
I'm back too. Okay, slippers off. Got nice coffee as well. Thanks. Right. So. Yeah, I could, you know, try to sneak past all the guards without killing them. But you know what? This is Big Boss. He's supposed to be like a villain in the future anyway, so yeah. Good night. Sleep tight. Now, just hide the body on the grass there. And there we go. So I'm just going to check my map here. Do you see where I am? Right, so I think I am still in the southern region there. I need to head. Oh no, wait. I'm in the northern part because, yeah, I passed through that gap there. Okay. Alright, so then there's camo nearby then. If this is the right area, then there's a chocolate chip in the west, which is over here. Ooh, chocolate chip. And then there's Splitter on the other side, but I think there's like a guard over there. No, it's up there. How did I get up there? So, really? You can't just grab that? Like, come on. Seriously. So he has to for God's sake, that case. Oh, and there's quicksand as well. Of course. There's the chocolate chip. The more camo we have, the better we can blend in different situations. So naked is the worst one because, you know, the naked skin stands out like a mel. Olive drab, uncamouflaged normal uniform. Tiger stripe, effective in trees, grass, or against soil. leaf, effective in underbrush. Tree bark, effective when pressed against trees. So I think they're trying to go for a Rambo, Arnold Schwarzenegger type thing here. You know, like in Predator when Arnie is like, he's like camouflaged. Chocolate chip, effective in desert or mountain environments. I was wondering about that one. I'm sure it wouldn't go. I'm sure if there was an environment that looked like a desert, it would blend in well. Yeah, but yeah, since I've done this before, I knew there was no candy themed land. Raindrop, effective in the rain. Squares, effective against brown backgrounds. Black, effective in dark areas or against black ground. Scientist uniform, the uniform scientists wore. GAKO, pattern, camo uniform. And then the face, don't forget the face. No paint. Woodland for use in forested areas. Black face paint. Splitter for indoor ops. Oh wait, that's the one up there, isn't it? So if I get that white. Alright, so that's the camo, right? I see. So it's the camo that goes with this one. And that's up there. Zombie face paint that mimics a zombie. And mask used for disguise. So this is the tranquilizer gun, puts them to sleep. This is the kill gun. Great. Yeah, so to get a better score, you have to like try and get through each area without killing enemies and without being spotted. But yeah, in stealth games, in most stealth games, stealth is optional, but they encourage you to. Yeah, stealth is encouraged, but not required. Ah, for fuck's sake. You mother. This game is really awkward. finally. Right. And every time, every now and again his tummy rumbles. I'll have to kill something. And eat it. Okay, into the next area. So, after this game, I was planning on doing Zelda, the Zelda series, but since I want to use my Switch, I think I should do the Super Mario series first. But I won't be doing all the games. I'll only be doing like 3 games. So I'll do Super Mario All Stars. So that way I'll do the first game, then Lost Levels and Super Mario 2 and Super Mario 3, and then because that's like 4 games in one, that one, and then maybe I could see if I could get Yoshi's Island. I have played that one before, but only a little bit at my friend's house when I was young. And then after that, those ones would be the new Super Mario Brothers. And then after that will be the new one that I have with my Switch. So I got a Switch for Christmas. So Super Mario Brothers Wonder, I want to stream that, so should be fun. The only so Super Mario Brothers was like so the first gaming machine we had was an Amstrad, but it was more my brother's than mine. So the first game I played was called Oh Mummy, where you play as this little character and you enter like a tomb in a pyramid or something, and there's like one mummy enemy that's chasing after you, and you have to avoid it. Don't let it touch you. If it touches you just even a little, then you lose a life, and you have like 3 lives. So what you have to do is you have to there's all these boxes on screen, and you have to run around, basically do a lap of all the boxes. So it's like a grid. So you do a lap of all of the boxes, and then you make it back to the entrance where you started, and then it goes on to the next one. So in the next level, it's like instead of 1 mommy chasing you, it's 2, and then 3, and then but it's kind of like Tetris in a way, where just keeps going on and on and on until eventually you make a mistake. So the first console that I owned was the NES, the Nintendo Entertainment System, the original, and it came with Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt. Even though I had Super Mario, I could never beat the boss. So I'd always make it to I'd always be able to make it to the very end, and I played it so much that I found out like lots of different shortcuts, and you could even I figured out a way to jump up on top of the level and run across the level up where the numbers are. So I managed to jump up to where the numbers are on the screen, and I'm running past the running on top of the level. So when you do that, you basically skip the pipe that you're supposed to go down, and then you run it all the way along, and then you enter a room and it's like it gives you like 3 different options of which level you want to skip to. So do you want to skip the world 2, world 3, or world 4? And then later, if you find more of those, it'll give you more shortcut options. So I'd always be able to make it to like the last one, which is world 9, and then I'd be able to. Those Hammerhead brothers are really annoying, because a lot of times I'd die at those parts, because again it's trying to guess which way they're going to go, and then as for Koopa himself, that's the one part I could never get past. I'd be able to. I did it one time. Did it a few times to rescue Toad, but I could never do it at the very end because I'd always guess the wrong way. But I did the first Super Mario game I actually beat was that new Super Mario Brothers, and then I beat Super Mario Galaxy when I had the Wii. But yeah, I'll do Super Mario, and then because they're platformers, they won't take very long, and then after Super Mario's done, then we'll do the Zelda games. Okay, so should save it. New area, so save.
You want to save? Hold on a sec. Okay, good luck, Snake.
Thanks.
No movie talk this time? Alright, let's see. So in this area we have, wow, a lot of stuff. We have an assault rifle in a room to the northeast. There's stun grenades in another room to the northeast-ish. The building near us that we can see, there's 2 rooms there. One has water camo. Sounds good. Another has a pistol. The big room in it has a pistol and a pistol mousetrap and pistol ammo. And then there's a little shade that has rations and a mousetrap. And then there's a snow camo nearby. Oh, and what are those things? Rats. Well, rats. I've already eaten a rat, so don't need to. Actually, maybe I should. Because Snake is hungry, and snakes like to eat rats anyway. rat was not bad. Oh my goodness. Well, better him than me. Okay, so camo and then the snow for cold environments. Okay, so next I need to get into the wee shade over there. Yeah, that's the one. See, he moves really weird, like. This is why it's easier just to take out the enemies first. Less enemies, there's less to sneak past. Okay, so there's part of me that wants to try and sneak up on them.
You want to save? Chin up.
I'll be in touch.
Finally, I got one. I got one the way I wanted to. Now if I can get all of them like that, that would be great. Snow cone. Nice. Don't be alerted. Alright, let's just make him disappear. Yep, over there will do. Nicely done. And then there's another building far to the northeast, this one. Whoop whoop. Cool. Right, to the main building. So there should be one last guard. Alright, so there's one more then. There's one more guard. So the axes are guards as well. So there's one more over there standing in front of the door. Now, where to hide him? Well, there are a lot of rats down there, so bon appetit. Ooh. Water uniform. Effective when underwater. Nice. Nice drop. I was wondering if that would work. I kind of want to test and see if there actually is nobody here.
You want to save? Hold on a sec.
And, you know, that is an expensive looking helicopter there.
I will.
What? You kidding me? I can't turn this thing around. Damn it, and they're... Yeah. I wanted to point it at the helicopter. Ah, well. Any ladders? No? Okay. Right. North.
Ah, you're here at last. Looks like the boss's info was right. Twice now you've made me taste bitter defeat. Disappoint the Cobras.
He really needs to stop doing that stupid rawr thing.
All of you, leave us. It's just you and me. No one to get in our way.
Because it does not make him look intimidating at all.
They prefer to hunt alone.
Okay, so you wanna join the circus?
This time I've got 12 shots. Okay. Draw!
You going to save? Good luck.
Thanks.
Snake, the only way to proceed is to fight. You have to defeat Ocelot. You can't jump over that crevice, and hand-to-hand combat is out of the question. You'll have to shoot it out with him. Take cover behind something and wait for an opening. Then attack him in first-person view.
Yeah, that's the problem, is attacking in first-person view, like... It's annoying. I should be able to attack him in third-person view.
different from simply changing a clip. This reload time is exhilarating. Yes! It's the heart of a duel. You fool! Major, backing you up. Die! Stay out of this. Sorry, sir. Yeah! Okay. Damn it! Son of a...
No, he's been poisoned. Let's see. So, to cure poison. Antidote or blood serum. Okay, I think that'll stop the venom. So then, let's see. Gunshot wound, so knife to remove the bullet. Yeah, he's just been shot in the head, like, so we'll just remove the bullet with a knife, and then then we will see, gunshot wound, disinfectant, and then styptic, and then bandage. There we go. Good as new. Don't touch the sides. Don't touch the sides. See, don't touch the sides. Use a knife to remove a bullet. Yeah, I did that ages ago. It's only now that I get that one. Right, so I can't kill this dude, because if I kill this dude, then it's time paradox. Ah, so it wasn't Ocelot that... I was wondering, like, so it wasn't Ocelot that poisoned me, it was that snake.
Shoot! Get out of here! You're all talk, huh? Touche. Ah! My hat! That range, huh?
And there's 2 more rabbits and another snake nearby. Ooh, King Cobra. Alright, it's over this side.
Amazing. I never knew reloading could be so thrilling in the middle of battle.
Where is that thing? Ah, there it is.
Not bad, eh?
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
From that range, huh? Like this. It's a revolution. Damn! Right. Touche. How'd that one taste? Amazing! How'd that one taste? Fight fair! Now wait for me! Nice shot. Thank you for teaching me the joy of the revolver. My hat! Major, Major's back in. Damn it! He found us!
Not the bees.
You were lucky. We'll meet again.
Someone taking a leak? European rabbit, not eaten yet, taste unknown. King cobra, not eaten yet, taste unknown. You know what? I'll leave them till his tummy rumbles. I should leave these ones till like very last. Let's see. Should actually save it so I don't have to fight Ocelot again.
You want to save? Hold on a sec. Snake, have you seen 007 from Russia with Love?
Nah, I don't like those movies. Real spies are nothing like James Bond. It's pure fantasy.
Snake, I don't think the Major's going to like you saying that.
And even though it's fiction, I can't help but comparing myself to Bond.
What exactly don't you like about James Bond? I mean, is it the fantastic gadgets? The cars? The guns?
Major.
Snake, wouldn't you like to have a gun shaped like a pen?
What good is a pen gonna do me in the jungle? I'd look like a fool.
Then what about a snake-shaped gun? You could make it look like you're grappling with a giant snake and then get a shot in on the enemy while they're distracted.
Okay, now you're being ridiculous.
We'll make you a snake-shaped gun that folds up and fits into an attaché case.
Will you give it a rest?
Oh, I get it. You're worried about how to handle the ladies, aren't you?
No.
I knew it. To tell you the truth, I don't like the idea of playing hanky-panky with enemy femme fatales either. But that's part of Bond's appeal. You could learn a thing or two from him. I mean, what about this Eva? What are you planning to do with her?
I don't even trust her yet.
No, that's not what I mean. You can't let yourself get involved. This is a game of spy versus spy. She's using you just as much as you're using her.
I realize that.
You've got to grab the initiative, and to do that, you have to get the upper hand in the relationship. That's what a spy is supposed to do.
Get the upper hand? I don't think I'm cut out for that mission.
Maybe if you change your codename to 00 Snake.
Major.
007 is the biggest thing to come out of England since the Mayflower. I wouldn't be surprised if they made 20 more of those movies.
Didn't you know? The Major is a huge James Bond fan. Don't get him worked up like this.
Worked up?
Maybe you don't realize this, but now that you've got him started talking about Bond, I'm going to have to listen to him lecture for a whole hour after he gets off the radio.
You have my sympathy.
It's too bad you can't enjoy such a great movie, though.
I guess I'm just one of those people who can't enjoy spy flicks.
So, looks like in this Metal Gear, the gadgets have batteries.